final round robin match for both these two sides in the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. My name's Jim Morris and I'll be with you here all day along with the Pitch Vision folks, Naeem, Luke and Brandon. Richie Horner, the scorer, over to my left, and as you can see the players are out at the middle. New Zealand won the toss and they'll bat. So for anyone watching back home in New Zealand, you finally get to see New Zealand batting first. 9:15 in the evening over there. Or maybe if you're watching in Canada, early in the morning probably. So we've got Andrew Hoare and Mason Robinson getting a chance at the top of the innings for New Zealand today. Play just a moment or two away from starting. We've had all the formalities taken care of, the national anthems, the speeches and so on. This tournament, they've come second in all 5 of their games. And Andrew Hoare off the mark straight away with a firm punch down the ground, which has gone for 4. Well, could that be a sign of things to come? Just a little push, and it's a fast outfield, shortish boundary by the standards that we've seen in this tournament. So we could be in for some high scoring today. As I mentioned right at the start, it is quite windy. So sorry if some of the effects are affected by that wind. It's going to be windy and hot today. Temperatures expected to get up to around 30 degrees. So we'll talk about the permutations and connotations of this final round robin match as we go through the day. Plenty on the line for most of the teams that are playing today. 6 games, as always. Mason Robinson is off the mark too. So he was just fixing that, was he? Okay. Yeah, that's right. More runs for Andrew Hoare. This one is going to go for the second boundary of the over. Another firm punch, this time through extra cover. So, expensive start for Terence Holder, the left arm slow medium. Ten off the first over for New Zealand. Good start. So, essentially, New Zealand need to win this match today. If they do, they will qualify for the semi-finals. That's pretty much what it comes down to. If they lose, then it's almost certain that they will not qualify for the semi-finals. So pretty simple equation for New Zealand. If they win and they qualify, then their position, whether they finish first or second in the pool, will depend on their net run rate, which at the moment is the highest of all the teams in this group. The team that's on top of the pool is Zimbabwe. They've won 4 out of 5 games, and they also need to win today. They're playing Australia. So if Australia win that match, Zimbabwe will be reliant on run rate to see if they make it through to the semi-finals. The other key match in this pool is between the USA and Sri Lanka. Whichever side wins that will also have a very good chance of making the semis. So we'll follow those games with interest as we go through the day. Here is Morali. Starts short and he's slammed away through mid-wicket for a boundary. So good shot by Mason Robinson. Looks like a good batting pitch today, so the Canadians will have to be careful. That one was a bit of a long hop, and Mason Robinson hit it well in front of square for his first 4. Cutting this time for another boundary out through cover. It's quite a quick outfield. So the boundary's flowing for New Zealand. That's 4 of them so far. Balasundaram Morali is the bowler. So what can Canada do to stem this early onslaught? They're only allowed 3 fielders outside the circle, and they've put one of them out to where Robinson just hit that ball. They also have a mid-wicket on the long boundary over to our right and a long on. Cutting this time, well fielded by, I'm not sure who that is, it's a rather small figure out there, number 77. That's a good delivery from Murali. Pitched further up and bringing Robinson onto the front foot. So Mason Robinson getting his first chance to open in this tournament. He's been coming down at number 6 and 7. But he'll relish the opportunity to bat on a good wicket. I'm sure we'll see him using his feet and hitting straight today. Short boundary straight down towards us. So pretty easy going for New Zealand in the first 2 overs. 18 runs so far. Four more for Andrew Hoare, driving square. I don't think he perfectly timed it, but as I mentioned, this is a fast outfield and he hits the ball with some power, does the man they call Pumper. And he pumps his 3rd boundary. So he's up to 13 off just 6 deliveries. And they've now put a fielder right there again where the ball went, so again chasing the ball a little bit, the Canadians. So the Weinberg Cricket Club is a little more modest and prosaic than some of the amazing facilities we've seen so far in this tournament, but still a lovely little club. There's a main road runs alongside the ground that's right behind us. You might hear some cars throughout the day. on the other side we have a fire station, as I mentioned. Slammed by Andrew Hoare into the covers. Good piece of fielding by number 23. I'll do my best to identify these Canadian players during the day. My eyesight's struggling a little bit with the white writing on their red shirts. Short and hit over cover this time. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, rolls into the boundary for 4 more. So lots of time to lean into that delivery to Andrew Hoare and deliberately hit in the air over cover. 4th boundary already for Andrew Hoare. Not a great delivery. Short, very short and very wide. From Terence Holder. It bowled him. Well, that is a turn up for the books, that one. Andrew Hoare was looking very comfortable, and Terence Holder hadn't even threatened to bowl a good delivery, but he's bowled an excellent one there, right up on Andrew Hoare's toes, and he was maybe a little bit expansive in the shot. And it's gone right through the gate. Hoare can't believe it. He was settling in for a big innings, one of the leading run scorers in the tournament, but he won't be getting a big innings today. 17 for him. And isn't Holder delighted? So, pretty good start for Canada, all things considered. And that will give them a real fillip. I mentioned before that it's quite early in the morning in Canada. I'm not sure how many hours behind they are, probably 5 or 6 if you're on the East Coast. And we do have some Canadians up early this morning. Dave Mohammed has just sent me a little note. Dave is the president of the Canadian Cricket Masters Council, so he's been largely responsible for getting the Canadian team over here. Couldn't make it himself as he's injured. He is one of their better players. Opening bowler, leading wicket taker for Canada, in fact. So it's a bit of a new look side the Canadians have brought over, missing quite a few of their regulars from previous tournaments. A couple of familiar names are Rudy Gibson, who's the captain. He'll bowl his little left arm spin a bit later. And Farouk Kumani, the oldest player in the tournament, aged 68. Still looking pretty fit. He's been around for a while as well. And Terence Holder's played a few games. Vishan Damel. We'll see how these guys go during the course of the day. Robinson cuts into the covers. No run. Robinson beaten, going for the big booming drive through the offside, no contact. Quick single up to mid-off, makes it fairly easily. I think that was Farouk Kumani, the oldest player in the tournament, as I mentioned, doing the fielding at mid-off. Robbie Frew is the new batsman, batting at first drop for New Zealand. He's had a bit of a mixed tournament. He scored a beautiful 77 not out against the West Indies, and he's reached the 20s on 3 other occasions, but maybe been a little bit slow on occasion. His 77 came off 82 balls, that was fine, but the 320s he's scored have all come off 50 or more deliveries, so chewing up a few balls without pushing on to get a big score. But he's got a great opportunity today, best part of 40 plus overs to bat. Excellent batting pitch, fast outfield, and let's be honest, a moderate bowling attack. And he's off the mark with a very easy single into the onside. So much better over for Balasundaram Murali, just 2 off it, and Canada fighting back a bit now, 27 for 1 after 4 overs. So it's a very windy day, very blustery here in Cape Town, and I suspect it's going to be relentless throughout the day. It's blowing right into our faces here. But we're a hardy bunch, aren't we? The commentary and production crew, Pitch Vision, doing a fantastic job bringing you these pictures of all 56 matches at the Over-50s World Cup. It really is awesome with the great view right down the pitch. Looks just like watching cricket on the telly, and the roving camera. You can actually go to Pitch Vision and find this match. Just type in World Cup or something into the filters box, and then you can see the interactive scorecard where you can look at any particular player and see either everything that they've done in a match or just the highlights, just the wickets, boundaries, etc. Driven sweetly, and a bit of a lumbering fielding effort allows the ball to go through, and then it's bobbled by the man coming around to tidy up. Robbie Frew gets another very easy single. Short. Oh, and tucks Robinson up a little bit. He is a front foot player, Robinson. Doesn't pull all that much. Does cut, but he loves to get on the front foot and slam the ball straight. If he bats for any length of time today, we will see that. See him use his feet as well. So another decent over for Canada, just 1 run off the bat and a leg by, total of 2. As I mentioned before, we'll keep a close eye on two matches in particular today. That's Zimbabwe versus Australia and Sri Lanka versus USA. Zimbabwe are batting first. They're 4 without loss after 4 overs, so a bit of a slow start. Gavin Parker, 0 off 17 deliveries. Zimbabwe have been very heavily reliant on their star batsman, Murray Goodwin, who's scored 2 centuries already and is the leading run scorer in the tournament. Robinson goes big. Where's that gone? I've lost sight of it. I'll wait for the umpire. 4 runs. Yeah, so he hoisted that one away, did Mason Robinson, trusting the bounce. Just heading through that ball and walloping it over mid-wicket. In the air. Must have maybe just bounced once or twice. Oh shit, it's coming towards us. It's just about hit me. I wasn't even watching when he hit that ball, Mason Robinson. He slammed it into our scoring table. I've leapt off to the side, and thank you. Thank you. We were all in danger. Well, I was especially in danger there. I took evasive action. It's okay, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you. And 6 runs to Mason Robinson. Great shot. Oh, and now he's nearly poked it into the slips. Prodding forward. That was a much better delivery. And just falling short of the slips fieldsman. So we did talk about Mason Robinson playing straight, and that 6 that he hit was almost dead straight. And when he's batting at that far end, we'll have to keep a close eye on him. So 6 and a 4 off that over for Mason Robinson, takes him up to 24 from 20, and New Zealand going at over 7. Quite a contrast to Zimbabwe, who are 6 off 5 overs. Gavin Parker has got himself off the mark finally. And the other game we're watching closely, Sri Lanka versus USA. Sri Lanka batting first, 26 for 1 after 6 overs. One more for Robbie Frew, just easing into his innings. There are 3 other matches in Group B, but those are the 3 top teams playing the 3 bottom teams. So we do expect South Africa, England and Pakistan to win those matches comfortably, but I'll keep an eye on them. You never know. Robinson drives handsomely through extra cover. That should go away for 4. He's timed it nicely. And over the very thick boundary rope, and goes into some soccer goalposts. 4 runs. That was a sweet shot from the New Zealand wicketkeeper batsman. driven through the covers again, but he's got it square this time, and that's where the boundary fielder is, so it'll just be one. One more to Frew to end the over. 46 for 1 after 7. So Terence Holder has the wicket, but he's been a little bit expensive going at 6s. 6.5 in fact. Balasundaram Murali has gone for 20 from his 3. Murali has taken 2 wickets in this tournament at an average of 28. He's been going at 6 and over, so he's keeping up with that run rate in this match. That's not a bad delivery. It looks like it swung away a little bit from Robbie Frew, who followed it. And you'd have to say he was beaten on that delivery. So the slip still in position. There has been an edge come close to him. Funny bit of fielding from Farouk Kamani. I think he changed his mind at the last second. He was going to throw the ball back to the keeper, changed his mind, ended up dribbling out of his hand. So Robinson will be itching to use the feed, I reckon. Loves to hit straight, loves to come out of his crease. The keeper is standing up, so that might be the only thing keeping him in his crease for now, but that doesn't stop him all the time either. Especially when the bowler's bowling this length, he knows that he can get down to it and slam it straight. But a good over from Murali, just that single to Robbie Frew off it. So if you're not familiar with the format of this tournament, there's 14 teams, 7 in each group. Those 7 teams play each other in the round robin stages. And this is the last match of that round robin stage. After this, the top 2 teams from each group will qualify for the semi-finals. They'll play the top 2 teams from the other group. 1 plays 2 and 2 plays 1. All the other teams are still involved in the tournament. They go through to their own sort of semi-finals. Take a single here on the misfield. So for example, if you finish 4th in your pool, you play the 3rd place team from the other pool, and so on down the line. So everyone gets another match, and then they get a final match as well to determine the final placings in the tournament. That one's hit away by Robinson. It was a full toss. It's going to be fielded by the cover sweeper though, and they just take one. So that means that overall every team plays the same number of matches throughout the tournament, which is 8. The grand final between the two teams that win the semi-finals will be played at Newlands Stadium, the famous international cricket ground, and that's on Monday the 20th. There is some rain forecast for that day, unfortunately, so we'll just have to follow that forecast and hope for the best. Smashed away by Robbie Frew for 6. That was a poor delivery. It was short, and Robbie Frew, he does take toll of bad balls. I was talking about his strike rate before. He can be a little slow, but he can also whack a bad ball, and he did that over the boundary for 6. So I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect that's Robbie Frew's first 6 of the tournament. He's actually averaging 50 in the tournament, so he's scored runs, averaging 52, strike rate of 62, which isn't awful, so I shouldn't be too critical. He's done well. Robinson hasn't really got started. Highest score of 26, which is what he's got now. Slammed down some work for Farouk Kamani to do. He scampers across to his left, the 68-year-old, and actually does really well. He's in good shape, Farouk Kamani. So Mason Robinson averaging just under 20 at this stage. Robbie Frew stands up tall, punches that ball up to long on for a single. End of another over for Balasundaram Murali, and in fact that's the 10th completed for Canada. 60 for 1 is the score, 59 for 1.
How many 2s in the innings, Jim?
Won't be too many today.
I think it'll be well into single figures, probably less than 5, I reckon. Maybe 2.
So the other 3 matches that are being played in Group B today are South Africa versus UAE, Namibia versus Pakistan, and Wales versus England. Namibia really struggling, batting first against Pakistan. They're 13 for 4. They have been the weakest team in this tournament. losing all their games pretty handsomely and struggling against the mighty Pakistanis. No one, well, the highest score there 6 so far. Fawad Barry has 3 for 3. Okay, change of bowling.
It is 16, isn't it? Big Dad Ali.
Yeah. Imdad Ali into the attack. Number 16 for Canada. I don't know too much about him. I'll see if I can dig out some info. We got a brochure from the Canadians, which outlines or describes some of their players. He bowls left arm, medium pace. But not with any power this time from Robinson, and it's an easy single down the ground. So Imdad Ali was born in Guyana. He's been playing competitively for the last 45 years according to his bio here. He's described as a left-arm opening batsman and left-arm medium-pace bowler, so that sounds about right. He's started pretty well, actually. He hasn't taken a wicket in this tournament yet. He's only bowled the one over before this. That's stroked nicely through the covers by Robbie Frew for one more. So apart from that big 6 that we saw from Frew, he's just been dealing in singles early on in his innings.
Golf club and you're standing on the tee, tee off, and when they beat the horn, put you off. We hit 23, so taking the cap. Thank you. 77. Beanie and Nard the Papa.
Another change of bowling, number 77, Beed Anandapa. I assume it's Bede, as in the Saint Bede. Could be Biddy.
Yeah, oh, that was well done. I should have thought of that ages ago. It's not your team that if it's your own team,
He's the vice captain of the side, Anandapa. Looks like, not sure if he's bowling off spin or medium pace. What is his bio says that he's right arm medium pace, so we'll go with that. It does look like he's putting some tweak on the ball, so I'm going to go out on a limb and call him an off spinner rather than a medium pacer. definitely bowling off spin. Born and played first class cricket in Sri Lanka, apparently. A lot of the time players say they've played first class cricket in Sri Lanka, but it's not actually first class cricket. So I'll see if I can confirm that somehow. It doesn't appear on Cricinfo, so I'm going to suggest that maybe it's not completely accurate to say that he played first class cricket. He may have played... Oh, that's hit up in the air, chance of a catch, it should be taken. He's dropped it. The fielder looked good for the first 3/4 of the time that the ball was in the air there. Just at the last minute, the ball might have swirled around slightly, and he went from being able to take a reverse cup to having the hands down below the knees when he finally grabbed it. So just spilling out of his hands there. Unfortunate for Canada, disappointing for them. It was a pretty straightforward catch, although the wind is quite strong. Chance goes down for the Canadians. Been whacked away by Mason Robinson, partially fielded, and they will come back for a 2. So Richie Horner, the New Zealand scorer, has predicted that the number of 2s today will be quite low. It's a fast outfield, short boundaries, so he thinks it'll be 1s and 4s. That one was pulled away by Robinson. I said he doesn't play the pull much, but he did on that occasion. It's full driven nicely actually by Robinson for one more. So he's looking pretty good today. Just that drop catch in the last over probably his only blemish. But he got away with it. He's gonna ride his luck up into the 30s now. Mason Robinson started his over-50s career for New Zealand as an opening batsman. Did really well in the 2018 World Cup in that position. Formed a very reliable partnership with Richard Petrie in the second half of that tournament. Richard Petrie is tucked up in his hotel room today, not feeling well. Hope you're slowly getting better, Peaches. Yeah, so Robinson did very well in that tournament and in the couple of matches that New Zealand played against Australia prior to that series. So at the conclusion of the 2018 World Cup, he was averaging around 50. Since then he's batted down the order mainly for New Zealand, in the middle order, and hasn't done so well, and his averages dropped considerably. 2 more for him today. So the second 2. I'm sure that some members of his club in Nelson, the Wakatu Cricket Club, which is also my club, are enjoying some evening entertainment watching Mason bat. Another former member of Wakatu, is Jason Campbell, and he's in the side today. He missed the last match due to a knee injury which he incurred at the beach party. Standing up to go and fetch himself another drink, he slammed his knee into a table and hurt it quite badly, so he wasn't able to play New Zealand's last game. It's a sweet drive from Robbie Frew for no runs. But Jason has recovered and he's in the side today. Ooh, it's a good delivery from Ali. Good length. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's taken the shoulder of the bat. It's gone between the keeper and first slip, down towards the boundary. It's just going to be hauled in, and they come back for a 3. So it's the first 3. Very good delivery from Ali. Had Mason Robinson lunging forward. Took him high on the bat. The despairing dive of the man at first slip. Good over from Anandapa. Sorry, I said it was Ali before, but it's Anandapa. 4 runs off it, 3 of them from that edge. One more over before drinks, and New Zealand are going along at 5.3 for the loss of that 1 wicket, that of Andrew Hoare, who was rather surprisingly bowled by Terence Holder for a very quick 17. Since then it's been fairly plain sailing. We've had a drop catch and an edge or two. Plenty of shots like this. Lots of singles driven out into the covers and up to long on, long off. 2 New Zealand batsmen just accumulating. Lovely flowing drive again from Robbie Frew, just for 1. 50-50 partnership between these two, Robinson and Frew. Robinson doing the bulk of the scoring. And again, plenty of cover driving practice for these two batsmen. So that will be drinks. Players will refresh themselves and we'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. Ready to go again after drinks. Bede Anandapa bowling his offies to Robbie Frew. So again, Robbie Frew just a little bit slow. Got the run rate of 50. And 4 dot balls he's used up already. New Zealand won't be too worried because their overall run rate's good. Maiden over to start after drinks for Canada. Anandapo, good effort from him. It's 6 runs he's conceded from 3 overs. Sri Lanka versus USA, that's an important match. Sri Lanka 44 for 3 after 15 overs. They've lost obviously 3 key wickets, Wijagunwadana, Muirling and Senavaratna. So that's an important match. Winner, the loser will be out of contention, the winner will be in contention, but will still be dependent on the results of this match that we're watching, New Zealand, Canada, and also Zimbabwe, Australia. Speaking of that match, Zimbabwe picking things up a little bit. They've lost a wicket, that of Tim Bartlett. Got the run rate up to 3.5. They're 45 for 1 after 13. Murray Goodwin has scored quickly, 18 off 13. He is, of course, the former Test batsman, has that amazing record, and he's scored 2 straight centuries for his team. Ooh, Robinson cutting off his stumps, and that should go out to the boundary for 4. Nice shot. He was right back on his stumps, and that one probably would have cannoned into middle if he hadn't hit it, but he did, firmly, out to the backward point boundary for 4. This is Rudy Gibson, the captain. Bowls left arm spin, but I think he mainly bowls arm balls, just sort of darts the ball in. So Mason Robinson getting closer to a 50. I'm just trying to think when his last 50 would have been. Might be as far back as the 2018 World Cup. Can't recall him scoring one since then, actually. So 4.5 years between 50s for Mason Robinson. Six runs off Rudy Gibson's first over. His first name is actually Gustine, so I'm not sure why he's known as Rudy, but he is, and he's the captain of the Canadian side. He's been around, he was a part of that 2018 World Cup as well. He's been around for ages, one of Canada's leading wicket takers. Canada won the plate in that tournament, which is like the 3rd division. So there was or was it the 2nd division? The top teams were playing for the cup, and then 2nd tier of teams were playing for the plate. Ooh, has he bowled him? He has indeed. Great bowling. It was funny shot from Frew. He lifted his head a little bit, and he might have just got an inside edge. The bails have been removed and Frew's walking off, so another wicket against the run of play for the Canadians. Oh yeah, turned back in through the gate. Robbie Frew trying to drive into the covers, and it did take some turn. Good off spinner's wicket. Yep, just clipped the edge of the off stump. Robbie Frew had to have a look back to make sure that what he thought had happened, but it has. So again, Robbie Frew gets himself into the 20s, just at a strike rate below 50 again. So that's the third time he's done that in this tournament. He's had scores of 21, 21 and now 20. All at strike rates below 50. He would have fancied his chances of having a big innings today, Robbie Frew. Good wicket, playing against one of the unfancied teams. But he's lost that opportunity, and now Adrian Dale has that same opportunity. As we get a big gust of wind, blows, or threatens to blow various items off our table. So Adrian Dale, the New Zealand captain, comes to the wicket. He's had a moderate tournament, pretty good. He's averaging 46, so that's not bad. He's had a 68 in there, but again, he's got some starts and hasn't gone on. Nicely whipped down to long on to get off the mark. First shot was a nice assertive drive, and his second one was a powerful sweep shot into the square leg boundary for 4. Upish from Mason Robinson, one bounce to the cover fieldsman. And he will get the single this time, just dropping it into the onside. Takes him up to 47 now. Rudy Gibson would have seen a fair bit of Adrian Dale bat. Dale scored his only century at this level against Canada at the 2018 World Cup, and Rudy Gibson was bowling to him that day quite a lot. Canadians will be cock-a-hoop, having removed 3 key wickets for New Zealand. Andrew Hall, Robbie Frew and Adrian Dale. They've really fought back well. Colin. Really good over from Anandapa. Took the wicket of Adrian Dale, and he's brought his side right back into this game. Anandapa for 20, and the last to go, Adrian Dale, caught Balasundaram Murali at slip off the bowling of Anandapa for 6. Mason Robinson's 47, Colin Owens just joined him on 0. Anandapa has 2 for 12 from 5, great start for him. And we've got Rudy Gibson, who's bowled 2 overs for 8. So the field just adjusting for the left-handed Colin Owens. He's got a mid-wicket on the boundary, a long on and a long off. He's beaten trying to cut. It is a productive shot for Colin Owens, the cut, but not able to make contact this time. He's facing Rudy Gibson. Drives, quick single, fumble in the covers.
Sorry? Yeah. He was chasing it and then it sort of came along and then just popped on him. Got him with 4 arms.
He's up to 49 now, Mason Robinson, and he will retain the strike for the 22nd over. More tight bowling from Rudy Gibson though, just 3 runs off that one. So he's been proactive today, Mason Robinson. He's hit some lovely boundaries, especially early on. That straight 6 that he hit was beautiful, but then mostly he's just punched the ball down the ground, through the covers as he does, turned the ball around the corner, got himself to 49 off 57, 1 run away from what by my estimation will be his first over 50s half century since 2018. Having said that, there hasn't been a lot of cricket in the intervening period. New Zealand didn't play between the 2018 and 2020 World Cups, and then that 2020 World Cup was abandoned after 2.5 games. Oh, he's going to get it in streaky fashion. Inside edge down to fine leg, and that is 50 for Mason Robinson. Half century, the New Zealand team over to our right, cheering for their wicketkeeper batsman Mason Robinson, who gives himself a little fist pump. Well played, Mason Robinson, 50 off 59 deliveries. Colin Owens does latch on to a cut shot now, out to the boundary for 4 runs. A little bit short and wide from Anandapa this time, and that is a favoured shot for the left-handed Colin Owens. He's also quite good off his legs. And he can play the sweep. Quite a methodical batsman, Colin Owens. Oh, that's driven beautifully. It's going to take some stopping. What's happened there? It's happened right in front of us. The fielder has... I thought he had come in contact with the rope. It's an interesting part of the rope because the rope actually stops. It's a huge, thick rope, and it's been signalled for. Yeah, I think he came in contact with it, with the frayed part of it. So it gets very frayed, that rope, and the fielder is disputing it. He thinks he's stopped the ball.
Did you stop it? What does the I stopped it? He said,
Okay, so he's acknowledged that he did touch the rope with his foot. Owens will pick up another single into the offside. Yeah, just talking about this rope. So it's a big thick rope, looks like one of the ones that big ships use to moor, and it actually stops. The rope is cut, so it ends just by the sight screen, and at the point where it ends it's very frayed, so there's little fragments of rope all over the place, and the fielder stood right on those frayed ends with his foot, so he did, strictly speaking, come into contact with it. It was a good piece of fielding, but I think 4 was the right call from the umpire eventually. Anyway, that's ancient history now. We're into the next over. Rudy Gibson bowling to Colin Owens, who's got himself up to 10 off 11, looking quite proactive. It's a good delivery, beating Owens. He's found the gap again this time, Owens. I don't know if this one will go out quite for 4. It's been pulled up inside the boundary. 2 runs. So yet another 2. It's been quite a few today. 3, yep. 3 of them and a 3. Now a little shout out to my dad who's watching in Wellington. Hello Dad, don't know if Mum's there too. Not huge cricket watchers, my parents, but they've tuned in to this crucial match in the Over-50s World Cup. Two off that over from Rudy Gibson. His figures now none for 13 from 4. Bede Anandapa, he's the destroyer for Canada, 2 for 22 from 6. Let's see what Zimbabwe are up to there. 79 for 3. Murray Goodwin, the key wicket, he's still in, 42 off 32, 4 4s and 2 6s for him. So that's the one the Aussies need. Stuart Carlisle, the other former international, he's out for 5. Sri Lanka, 70 for 5 against the USA. Reuven Peris doing most of the scoring there. He scored 44, but he's out now. Here's Anandapa to continue to Robinson, who plays a kind of a straight sweep. Gets a single with that unorthodox looking shot. South Africa making slow progress against the UAE. They're 84 for 1 halfway through their innings. Just going at 3.8 there, so good bowling from the United Arab Emirates. beaten this time on the drive. Colin Owens, no contact. Colin Owens does like taking quick singles, and he does so on that occasion out to straight mid-wicket. This could be a leg by. We'll wait and see what the umpire, Gaynor, I think her name is Gaynor, the umpire, the only female umpire in this tournament, signals a leg by indeed. So Mason Robinson getting his first half century of the tournament. The Nelson man, another Nelson man, is Steve Kelso, who's texted in to say that he's watching. G'day Steve. Ooh, nice piece of fielding from Anandapa off his own bowling. Steve Kelso and the Kelso cricketing clan. Staying up late. What time is it over there? 10:40, so not too late. 10:40 PM. We might have some Canadians waking up watching this match. And also hello to Kendall Robinson, Mason's proud wife, who's watching back home in Nelson. She's just about to get on a plane in the next day or so to come and join us, hopefully to watch New Zealand in the final. And then I believe the Robinsons are off on an adventure of some kind to Namibia. So we'll see you soon, Kendall. Hopefully you have a little bit more cricket watching in you, and Mason can keep batting, maybe bring up a century. That would be his first. He's halfway there. Looks like a change of bowling. We'll just have to wait and see who that is. Number 15. Abhilash Patel. That's right, I have seen him bowl before. He's a leg spinner. He's quite a slow leg spinner. He gives the ball a lot of air, if it's the guy I'm thinking of. Abhilash Patel, he's going to bowl with his cap from the fire station end. Starts well, nicely flighted, brings Robinson forward, and he does some very exaggerated arm stretches, does the bowler. A little bit short of that time, and Robinson has the time to cut out to the cover sweeper for one. Anyone's on the sweep. I don't think there's anyone down there. It's going to go for 4. 4 runs, in fact. So one of the favoured shots for Colin Owens is the sweep against the spinners, and he got just enough contact on that one to send it on its way down over to our right. Sweeps again. This one's going to be 4 more, I believe. Yes, it is. So consecutive sweeps for 4. It does go out of our line of vision. Down there, there's some trees blocking our view, but we could tell from the reaction of the New Zealand players that it was 4 straight away. So 2 boundaries in a row for Colin Owens. He's up to 21 now. That one was quite firmly hit. It was squarer. So we're more than halfway through this New Zealand innings now. 25 overs gone, 118 for 3. That's a run rate of 4.8. So they have 20 overs left. Maybe looking at between 6 and 7 and over for those last 20. They've got a good platform. If they got another 120 runs, that would take them up to 240. So maybe 240, 250. Dave Fulton has messaged in to say that he's watching. G'day Dave from Palmerston North in the centre of the North Island. Dave was a member of the 2018 World Cup side for New Zealand. Scored 63 on debut against Australia. He's asked if there's any injuries. Well, not really, no. All the New Zealand players are available for selection. Jason Campbell was the only one who had that knee injury, but he's okay now. Richard Petrie is ill, but he should be okay for the next game. So no, just a few little niggles, but everyone's available for selection. Right, we've got Vishan Demel, number 6. He's going to bowl some spin as well, some off spin I think. He has been part of the Canadian side for a little while now, Demel. Mason Robinson whacks it over, long on for 6. Just opened up the hips, did Robinson, swung through it, and he is a powerful hitter straight. Second 6 for Mason Robinson. So he stayed leg side of the ball and just swung through that delivery. A little bit of a delay here, it may have gone onto the road, I'm not sure. Again, it's gone into that blind spot over to our right. Yeah, Vishaan Damel, he's played quite a lot for Canada, 15 matches before this tournament. Not a great record, averaging 16 with the bat and 60 with the ball. His bio describes him as an excellent fielder, and apparently he's represented Sri Lanka at under 19 level. Again, I'm not sure if that's 100% true. Robinson goes straight over long off, 6 runs. That one was pretty easy for us to see. Came to our left here, about 10 metres to our left, and struck with really good timing and power by Mason Robinson, and it probably covered the boundary by about 5 metres. Really nice shot. Goes again. This is the biggest of the lot. That is onto the road on the full. Oh, it's just hit a tree. If it wasn't for that tree, it would have sailed out onto the road, but that was launched. Beautiful shot by Robinson. He's enjoying the bowling of Vishaan Damel. 3 sixes in the over. And that was the biggest of the lot. That was still going up when it hit that tree.
Oh, yes. When we were at Redham School, there was a little kid that came over and he'd played cricket on the box.
This one's flatter, as you might imagine, and Robinson just casually bunts it into the onside. So, big over for New Zealand. .6.66. 18 off it. And suddenly the New Zealand run rate is over 5.1. Another shout out to a member of the 2020 New Zealand World Cup squad, John Gary. John Gary texting in, saying hello. So, hello John, hope you're well down in Christchurch. He's mentioned that this pitch looks a little bit better than the one that New Zealand played Canada on in 2020. That's very true. In that match, New Zealand scored, I think, about 140 and then bowled Canada out for 59. So we do have a good wicket here today by the looks of things. Definitely from the looks of that last over. Mason Robinson up to 70 now. 70 from 70. It's a good delivery from Patel, spinning back into the left-handed Colin Owens, who just defends. He's played a good foil for Robinson, has Owens. 21 off 24 deliveries. Scored at a good rate. Cuts. It's fielded there at backward point, so they'll just take one. That brings Robinson on strike. How will he approach the leg spinner, who it does look like is getting some spin? That's tossed right up, and a full toss in fact, which Robinson knocks down the ground for another single, his 71st run. And I'll confirm this in a moment, but I think that might be Mason Robinson's highest score. No, 75 is his highest score. That would have been in the 2018 World Cup, maybe against South Africa, or it may have been in the first match against Pakistan. He has scored 4 half centuries for New Zealand, has Mason Robinson. Cut through the gap by Colin Owens out to the boundary for 4. It was short and it didn't spin in enough for Patel. Just sat up Colin Owens. Good on the cut. Got on top of that one and slapped it away for another boundary. It's the 5th boundary for Owens now. That wind is showing no signs of relenting. It's just buffeting us here, blowing straight into our faces. Quick single on the onside, good running from these two. Seven off that over. So the run rate just picking up at the right time for New Zealand. Partnership 52 now, so they've brought up another 50 partnership. We saw 50 partnership between Robinson and Frew. Batsman out, Andrew Hoare for 17, Robbie Frew for 20, Adrian Dale for 6. And Murray Goodwin has been dismissed finally by Steve Gollan, the veteran, for 58. So that's a big blow for Zimbabwe. They're now 108 for 4. He is by far their best player, leading run scorer in the tournament. And from a New Zealand perspective, it would be good if Australia were to beat Zimbabwe. New Zealand still need to beat Canada to qualify for the semi-finals, but if Zimbabwe lose, that would give New Zealand a good chance of finishing top. Change to the offside field. The cover and point fielders just adjusting themselves. The sweeper is coming straighter. So Morali is back into the attack. Sorry I didn't mention that. Just the Vishan Damel experiment not working. Robinson goes down the grounds, along the ground though, and the long on fielder snaps it up, just one. So Robinson really enjoyed the off spin of Vishan Damel, smoking him for 3 beautiful straight 6s, but normal services resumed against Balasundaram Morali, who according to the Canadian program, Morali's nickname is Morali. Robinson goes straight. Is there a chance of a catch? No, it looks like it's been dropped. Again, it's into that blind spot, but just judging from the field, the bowler's reaction, looks like it went to the fielder and he couldn't cling on to it. And he's parried it away for a single. So another chance goes down for Canada. So a bit of bad luck for Balasundaram Morali in in that over. Catch going down. He has none for 28 from 6, so he's been pretty good. Right, new bowler is Matialagan Iswaralingam. He has a nickname of Mati. Matialagan Iswaralingam sounds Sri Lankan again. He's another leggy, so plenty of spin options for Canada. I think that might be the 1, 2, 3, might be the 5th spinner we've seen today. A lot of these teams do have a lot of spinners. Sri Lanka and USA were just stacked with them. It's been dabbed into the onside, so we're going to see another 2. Good placement from Robinson. Placement again from Robinson, seeing that there's a big gap on the leg side, just turns the ball from the offside into the onside. So 8 bowlers used by Canada already in the first 28 overs. At least 5 or 6 of them spinners. Here's Iswaralingam. And he's worked around the corner by Colin Owens. 2 they are now. Run rate of 5.3. Robinson, 5 4s, 4 6s today. And he'll get another single down the ground. Probably be 2 more for Owens as he's cut it out into the offside. tossed up. It's a full toss and just driven down the ground by Owens. So he does bowl pretty slowly. He does Iswaralingam, a little bit like Abhilash Patel. And runs off every ball in that over. 8 in total. Partnership 65 between Robinson and Owens. It's been a good one. They came together at the fall of Adrian Dale's wicket when the score was 91. And things just threatening to fall apart a little bit for New Zealand at that stage. They'd lost 2 wickets for 8 runs. And the run rate was slowing. But these two have picked it up. Owens has looked industrious right from the start. And he's got himself up to 33 from 34, Robinson 78 from 78. So Colin Owens has done a good job for New Zealand in the middle order. Usually opens the batting, but he's been coming in at 5 in this tournament, and he's scored at a pretty good rate. Kept the strike ticking over, as he does on this occasion, with a beautiful cut shot out to the boundary for 4. What good timing and power he got on that shot. Didn't seem to have a huge amount of room for it, but he leant back and sliced it away with good timing. It was almost a front foot cut. So Owens has his highest score of the tournament for him, 38. He does have a couple of 50s at this level, which he scored in the Tri-Series last year between New Zealand, Australia and Sri Lanka. Quick single, direct hit, appeal for run out, but Robinson had made it home. So just a couple of balls left before the second and final drinks break of this New Zealand innings. And in fact that is the last ball before drinks, so we will all have a drink and meet back here in about 5 minutes. back to Wynberg Cricket Club in Cape Town, South Africa. My name's Jim Morrison, here with you for the last 15 overs of the New Zealand innings against Canada in round 6 of the Over-50s World Cup. Owens will face Matialagan Iswaralingam. Cuts again, 4 runs. Very strong on the cut shot. Colin Owens doesn't miss out very often. Seventh boundary for Colin Owens. He's up into the 40s now. Just a little bit closer in that time from Iswaralingam. Drives through the covers. It's going out towards the boundary. It will get to the boundary, I think. It does. Comes to rest against the big solid rope. Second boundary in the over for Owens. He's up to 46 now. And New Zealand at that 30 over mark with 15 overs to go would be maybe looking for 100 from the last 15. It would take them up to around 260, 270, and that would be a very good score. Little misfield in the covers, but they don't convert it into a single. Lanced fine. This could go down to the boundary as well. Quite a chase for the fielder. It's gone into that blind spot and has gone for 4 in fact. The umpire signals now. 3 boundaries in the over. That brings up 50 for Colin Owens. You can see us on the screen there, working hard. So 50 for Colin Owens, his third. He's scored 50 on debut against Australia in the Tri-Series in 2022. Scored 82 in the final of that series. I think it was 82, not out, against the Aussies. Now he scored 50 not out, 51 not out today. So 50s to both these batsmen, Robinson and Owens. They've put on 82. What a good partnership. Oh, he's been given out, has he? Yeah, stumped. Right. Took a little shimmy down the wicket, then realised it was too short, so he went back, but he hadn't got himself back in the crease, and good work by the wicketkeeper ends the innings of Mason Robinson. So again, wickets falling against the run of play. And a good piece of work from the wicketkeeper. Excellent innings though from Mason Robinson, 78 off 80 deliveries, 5 4s, 4 6s. His highest score in over 50s cricket, and he's done a gone a long way to giving New Zealand what could potentially be a winning score. 173 for 4 they are now. Adil Samani is the new batsman. He was one of the top ranked players in the world before this series, ranked in the top 10 before the tournament. I haven't had the chance to recalculate the rankings during the tournament. I'll do that when I get back to New Zealand. But Samani has done a great job closing innings for New Zealand. Usually batting second, usually chasing, but now he's got the opportunity to set a target. And he's off the mark with a drive down to long off. Cut away again by Colin Owens. He's found the gap once more. He hasn't timed it though, and it's just going to be 2. Excellent running there from the 2 New Zealand batsmen, turning that 1 into 2, as it was just knocked up to long on, and it was just weighted enough that the long on fielder had to run in quite a way to retrieve it, and they had time to come back for 2. Both really good runners between the wickets, these two, Samani and Owens. So Vishan Demel didn't have a very enjoyable first over, bowling from the road end. He got hit for 3 sixes by Mason Robinson. Robinson's out now, so Demel is having a second spell from the fire station end. He'll bowl to Adil Samani. Sri Lanka 97 for 7 against the USA. Those Americans, they're a good team. 10 overs to go in that innings. That will be an excellent win for the Americans if they can close out that game. Still early stages, of course. Zimbabwe 141 for 4. They've got about 13 overs to go in their innings against Australia. over the top of cover, but there is actually a fielder there. You don't usually see a fielder behind another fielder, but on this occasion there was. Just one. Cut away, not good fielding by the man at point. He didn't really want to bend down for that one. Went through his legs, and the cover sweeper has to sweep. 2 more to Owens. Got Murali back into the attack. He's got 1 over left and is allotted 9. He's taken 1 for 39. That was the wicket just recently. Wow, smashed away by Colin Owens. 1 bounce for 4. Certainly not getting a wicket with that delivery. Short, long hop, and Owens quickly onto the back foot, slamming it away over mid-wicket. Just landed just inside the rope. He's hit 10 fours today, Colin Owens, in his 62, so 40 of his runs coming in boundaries. That's twice as many boundaries as Mason Robinson hit, although Robinson did hit 4 sixes on top of the 5 fours. New Zealand run rate 5.7 now, so they're increasing it steadily all the time, which is what you want to do at this stage in the innings. And Adil Samani, a great guy to come in at this stage because he's very good at getting 1s and 2s, and with Colin Owens going very, very well, that's all that Samani needs to do. Beautiful shot by Colin Owens over extra cover into the boundary for 4. It might be one of the shots of the day. As far as I'm concerned, that was a lovely lofted cover drive, but hit with a lot of power as well. fantastic now. Colin Owens, 67 he is. And runs off pretty much every ball he's facing. Takes another single. 11 off that merrily over. His last, so he finishes with 1 for 50 from 9 overs. New Zealand now have 11 overs left. They're up to 194 already, so they'd definitely be looking at a score in excess of 270. That would be 76 off the last 11, and that's just under 7 and over. So I think that'll be the minimum they'd be looking for. Just quickly, Zimbabwe 147 for 5. They've got 11 overs left as well. Andrew Walton's just been dismissed, so they're scoring at 4.3 and over. Hit powerfully again by Owens into the covers, just one though. One bounce to the long off fieldsman who didn't really show any interest in taking a catch. He probably could have at least moved in and then pulled out of the catch at the last minute if he couldn't make it. I think he's a bit disappointed with himself, the fielder there. Never really thought about trying to take that catch. A little bit of overly defensive fielding. Imdad Ali back into the attack. He bowled 12 overs, sorry, he bowled 3 overs and took none for 12 early on. Pretty wide from Ali, and Owens crunches it into the covers, takes 2 runs out to the sweeper. Approaching his highest score, which is currently 82. 210 for 4, in fact it is, not 208. 210 for 4, 9 overs to go. If New Zealand can score another 60 runs, they'll get up to 270. That's the score we've been talking about for a while. Rudy Gibson back into the attack. The Canadian captain. He bowled 4 overs, none for 13. blows the bails off at both ends, in fact. So the umpire at the striker's end fixes his stumps, and the batsman and wicketkeeper working together at the striker's end to rearrange the furniture. Looks like we're all ready to go now. Gibson to Owens, two left-handers. Good fielding on the boundary, keeps it to 1. Sweeps Samani, and they'll take another 2. There's quite a few 2s we've seen today. Swung away, a little unorthodox, that swivel pull from Samani, quite similar to the shot he tried to play when he was dismissed against the USA. On that occasion it looked pretty ugly as he lost his balance and ended up running into the wicketkeeper as he completed the shot. This time a little more elegant. Well, smashed away by Colin Owens. There is a man there. It's just got one bounce to him. When he hit it, it looked like it was going for 4, but it's a long boundary out there. And all good fielding by Canadian boundary riders. The Canadians have been pretty good in the field today. There's been 1 or 2 drop catches, but their ground fielding's been good. Samani hoists this into the leg side. Now that fielder looks a little bit tired. And he gets some help. Colin Owens, who's in sight of his highest score, and he's going to get it with this boundary. So he's now got his highest score in over-50s internationals, 83, and he brings up that personal milestone with his 13th boundary of the day. So he's hit 13 4s, no 6s yet, 65 deliveries. So really valuable innings. Walloped by Samani for 6 runs down the ground. I lost track of it again. I'm glad it wasn't coming towards us because I didn't see it at all. In fact, it was about 20 metres to our right. He gets good power when he does hit through the ball, as he did on that occasion, his first 6. He's had a pretty good series tournament, averaging 40 at a strike rate of 80. Here's Imdad again. Whoa, tosses that right up and bowls a big wide, trying a variation. boundary again. More good boundary fielding, keeps it to where he started from at the bowling. This pitch looking a little bit like a road for Colin Owens, who's 85. Swings it away, swivel pull down to long leg, 1 run. Another enormous 6 for Adil Samani with that short back lift but powerful swing of the bat. His second 6. He's up to 36 from 24. Partnership 76 between these two. Just 8 overs. 76 and 8 overs. That's right. Swings this one away square. Oh, nearly bounces over the fielder's head. Took one bounce and he's not a big man, whoever it is fielding out there on the boundary, and it nearly leapt over his head. 250 up for New Zealand. It's an interesting field, this one. It's not quite the pristine outfield that we've seen at some of the games. Right in front of us there's quite a sandy patch and there's a few bumps around. That's fine. It's a nice ground. Colin Owens swings it away for another 2 out to mid-wicket. The other notable feature of this ground is the wicket block. It's got 3 pitches and it's almost on a plateau. There's a real dip from the 3 pitches which are raised down to the rest of the outfield. It's almost like a pitcher's mound in baseball. It's slammed down towards us. It'll be fielded in just time for 1 because he hit it so hard. Change in the field. The point boundary rider is coming up. So we've got an extra cover and a long off who aren't far from each other, both on the boundary. And this one goes out to the left of the extra cover, has to come around more to a cover, meaning that they have time to pick up 2. There's also a square leg. I suspect there's a long on and a mid wicket. Drinks being run out to the back. batsmen. We've got 5 overs to go in this New Zealand innings. They're up to 255, so I think Richie's prediction of 300 is probably going to be close. Colin Owens, 11 runs away from his first over-50s international century. 89 off 72 years, 13 boundaries. And that one has hit him on the toe. He limps through for a bye, and he looks like he might have been hurt by that delivery. Hit him right on the foot. He really hobbled through for that run. Delivery from Gibson. Getting the ball right up there at this stage of the innings is the right thing to do. Marnie hits powerfully out into the covers, to the boundary for 2 runs. Sorry, not to the boundary, almost to the boundary. Colin Owen seems to have recovered well enough to run. Coming thick and fast on this excellent Wynberg Cricket Club pitch. It really did look like a beautiful wicket when we all arrived this morning. Has he bowled him? He has. Chopped on. So Colin Owens won't get his 100 today. He has gone for a big swing, full delivery again from Rudy Gibson, and inside edge back onto his middle and off stumps, takes both bails off, and that brings Colin Owens' excellent innings to a close. 89 he scored off 73 deliveries, 13 fours, partnership of 86 I think between he and Adil Samani. So great job by Colin Owens. Gets a warm round of applause from his teammates as he crosses the big fat rope that encircles this ground. And it is Jason Campbell who will come and have 5 overs or 4 overs to bat. So wherever you're watching, buckle in, because Jason Campbell does not mess around. Number 34 for New Zealand, currently lives in Upper Hutt, which is just outside of Wellington in the North Island of New Zealand. Originally from Marlborough, which is at the top of the South Island. Here he is facing Rudy Gibson. So good over by Rudy Gibson. 3 runs off the bat, a bye and a wicket. His first of the match. quite a good international record, Rudy Gibson. Before the World Cup, he had taken 16 wickets at an average of 22 and a run rate of 3.27. So it makes him Canada's second leading wicket taker behind Dave Muhammad, who has 20 and was not able to attend this tournament. So Anandappa back into the attack now. He's maybe been the best of the Canadian bowlers. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24. He's bowling to Adil Samani. Comes down the ground, hits a beautiful straight 6 onto the road again, just over to our right. Straight as you like, nearly hit the pitch vision camera in the top of the side screen. That would have been expensive. But beautiful strike from Adil Samani. His second 6, third 6, in fact, he's up to 48. Just while we retrieve the ball, I can let you know that Pakistan have already beaten Namibia. 10 wickets. They didn't mess around. They needed 68 to win that match. They did it in 13.4 overs, not losing a wicket. South Africa, they're 235 for 3 with a couple of overs to go against UAE. Craig Lyons has brought up a century. Brandon Nash almost did, 98 he was. Zimbabwe almost finished their overs, 217 for 8, so good effort for them. Craig Evans finishing well, 46, not out. Samani goes down the ground again, just for 1. And that will bring Jason Campbell onto strike. He's had his 1-sighter. Pretty sure we'll see a big swing this delivery. He's bowled him. Went for a big swing, hit the pads, and then ricocheted onto the wickets. So no fireworks from Jason Campbell today. He's out for a second ball duck. Disappointment for Campbell. He's not really got into this tournament yet. Only bowled about 3 or 4 overs, maybe 5 in the whole tournament, and then he got injured. He's had 1 brief innings where he scored 21 off 8 balls against Zimbabwe, but no big hits today for Jason Campbell. Bert Horner is the new player, joining his district's teammate, Adil Samani at the wicket. Bert Horner was the captain of districts until last season. Adil Samani took over. So these two have played plenty together. Bert Horner comes from the Northland region of New Zealand, which, as the name suggests, is right at the top of the country. Samani is from Hamilton, which is, well, actually counties area, so just south of Auckland. So Bert Horner taking his first ball. He's hit on the pad. Similar shot to the one that Jason Campbell was dismissed to. Swings it away, it's gone fine. The run hard and they'll take two. The fielder chasing it is struggling a little bit, and they complete an easy three leg byes. Samani smashes it down towards us. 4 runs. Ooh, unfortunately for the fielders, that brings up 50. 53 with that really powerful straight drive. That's his second 4 to go with 3 equally well struck 6s. And that's his second half century of the tournament. He scored 64 against Australia, and he's scored 53 here today against Canada. That was really strongly hit. .273 now, so 3 overs to go. New Zealand probably still on target for 300. Batsmen are Andrew Nussel and Mike Harrow. Warner trying to sweep, no contact. Remaining possible batsmen for New Zealand are Andrew Nussel, Mike Harrow and Simon Dodds. So it'll probably be Dodds in next. Single, he's going to be run out here, Samani, by quite some distance. Throw just had to be somewhere on target, and it was, and Samani wasn't even really close there. So disappointing end for Samani with 2.5 overs to go. They probably didn't need to take that risk, given that there's not a lot of batting to come for New Zealand. I'm not sure who actually made the call. It was Samani's call. He didn't even ground his bat in the end. Just sort of dropped it as he approached the wickets. Good knock though for Samani, 53 from 32 deliveries, 2 4s, 3 6s. The Canadians have fought right through this innings. They've taken 7 wickets now. Just quickly, Sri Lanka 114 all out against the USA. So the USA well placed to win that game and possibly reach the semi-finals. However, Zimbabwe have done well against Australia, 220 for 8. They've scored from their 45. Later. In the meantime, here's Dodds facing Gibson. So we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease for New Zealand. Simon Dodds and Bert Horner. Suddenly that 300 just looks a little bit further away. Played by Simon Dodds. They should come back for 2. Bert Horner scurries back. overs to go for New Zealand. Batsman out, Hoare for 17, Frew for 20, Dale for 6, Robinson for 78. Bert Horner smashes it down towards us, 4 runs. Nice straight hit from Bert Horner. We've seen a lot of straight fours in the fielder. Abhilash Patel, he's been stationed just about a metre to my left. Horner goes leg side this time. Take 1 and race back for the 2nd. Good fielding. He's been very active out there, that man. I think that's Eswatalingam. Yes, so Robinson 78, Colin Owens 89. Oh, was that a chance of a cordon bowled? Might have been. Jason Campbell for 0, and then Adil Samani last to go for 53. Bowls a leg spinner, and I think he's going to be... Oh, it's a stumping chance. He should have got that, the keeper, Navaratne, but he's bobbled it, and Horner survives. So we've seen a caught and bowled chance and a stumping chance in this over. Bowls a leg spinner again, which has been hoisted away by Bert Horner out to the fielder Eswatalingam, who's had a lot to do today, and he's done it really well. So just 1 run to Horner brings Simon Dodds on strike. Another man who's had limited opportunities in this tournament. He was unwell. Bowled him, chopped on. It's a leg spinner from Anandapa, and it was wide outside the off stump. Simon Dodds went for the big booming off drive, just got the inside edge onto his stumps, and his brief innings comes to an end. He scored 2. All action here at Wynberg Cricket Club. There's police sirens behind us. Wickets on the field, batsmen coming and going, and here's one in the form of Dean Askew. Batting at 10 for New Zealand. Another player who's been a little bit underdone. He was also ill. Attempted sweep from Horner, no contact, no run. So Gibson bowling the final over for Canada. New Zealand 284. So maybe somewhere in the 290s would be more what they're looking for. Beautiful shot by Bert Horner. Little reverse sweep down to the boundary for 4. Lovely stuff. Delicate touch. I haven't seen Horner play that shot before, but he played it with aplomb. Really good placement. Just using the pace of the ball. Yeah, beautiful. Just twisted the bat around in his hands, and it's like a reverse paddle. Well played. Try something fancy again, more of a scoop shot, but no contact this time through to the keeper. Goes straight this time, chance of a catch, taken. Well held by the long on fielder, not sure who that is, but he's taken a nice catch, reverse cup. It was hit pretty well by Bert Horner, who has played a handy little innings of 13. And New Zealand making full use of their long batting order today. It's 9 wickets that have fallen, so last man coming to the crease is Andrew Nuttall. Doesn't often get to bat at this level of cricket. Also plays for the New Zealand Over-50s. Gets to bat for them. I think he bats 7 or 8. But at the Over-50s level, he's either 11 or even 12. Of course, these matches played 12 aside. 11 can bat. So Andrew Nuttall has 3 balls to show his wares and press for a promotion up the order. Both batsmen yet to score. Both batsmen in their 60s actually for New Zealand. Dean Askew is 60, Andrew Nuttall 65. So the 2 senior statesmen of the New Zealand Grey Caps. Both originals, have been in the side since the very beginning. And that finishes the innings. So Andrew Nuttall gets off the mark, Dean Askew doesn't, and New Zealand end on 289 for 9 from their 45 overs. Highest scores: Colin Owens 89, Mason Robinson 78, and Adil Samani 53. Those are the 3 batsmen who passed 50. Bowling figures for Canada: the best bowler, Bede Anandapa, bowled 9 overs, 4 for 42. He was really good today. Rudy Gibson also pretty good, 9 overs, 2 for 40. 9 bowlers used by Canada. The other wicket takers: Terence Holder 1 for 34 from 5, and Balasundaram Murali 1 for 50 from 9. So New Zealand scored 289 from their 45 overs. When we come back in about 40 minutes, Canada will need 1 more run than that, which is 290. So we'll go off and have some lunch, and we'll see you back in about 40 minutes. Okay, all the players are back out on the field for this crucial round 6 match in the Over-50s World Cup here at Wynberg Cricket Club in South Africa, Cape Town. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you for the next 2.5, maybe 3 hours, along with the Pitch Vision crew here. And we'll bring you the final stage of this match. For New Zealand, Dean Askew will open the bowling as usual. He'll be bowling from the fire station end, and I'll find out who the batsmen are in a moment. Looks like we've got Bede Anandapa and Derek Edwaru. So Bede Anandapa, he was the best bowler for Canada. Took 4 for 42, I think. And now he's got a job to do with the bat. Here's the first ball, Askew to Anandapa. And it starts with a wide. So the Canadians only bowled the 2 wides in their whole innings. New Zealand have been plagued by wides throughout the tournament. And they've first ball signalled wide. It's closer in, swing and a miss through to the keeper, who's Bert Horner today, at least to start with.
The opening batsman Reed and Iman.
Oh, that's a great delivery from Dean Askew, squaring up Anandapa and through to the keeper. So the Canadians need to score at 6.45 runs and over from the start. That's 289 runs from 269 deliveries if they are to win this match. There are some permutations and connotations in terms of qualification, so I'll try and explain those as we go through the game. Oh, good line again. So if New Zealand don't win this match, they have no chance of qualifying. So that's the first thing they need to do, is win. If they win, they want to win fairly comfortably, because qualification for the semi-finals is based on net run rate. Where that comes into play is in relation to the fact that the USA are playing Sri Lanka right now, and the USA bowled Sri Lanka out for just 114. So if they can knock off those runs quickly, then that will boost their run rate greatly and give them a chance of overtaking New Zealand in run rate. And Anandapa goes over cover for what we thought was 4, but it's just pulled up inside, and the batsman was a bit busy admiring his own shot to bother running, so they only take 2. So if the Americans knock off those 114 or 115 to beat Sri Lanka in quick time, their run rate could jump ahead of New Zealand, and then if Zimbabwe beat Australia, then the USA could leapfrog over New Zealand into second place. Therefore, New Zealand want to win this game comfortably. By my very rough estimation, they want to bowl Canada out for under about 220. That depends on how quickly the USA score their runs against Sri Lanka. Currently 59 without loss after 10 overs, so they are racing towards that target. First over down for New Zealand and for Canada. 5 runs off it. And Mike Harrow will be the new bowler from the road end. Mike Harrow started with a big wide, to which they'll add an extra run, so 2 wides. He has struggled with wides as well. So the Canadians, they didn't have any fast bowlers, but they were very disciplined with their lines. Only bowled 2 wides in the whole innings, and already New Zealand have exceeded that with 4. Chance, really sharp one. It slammed into the gully fielder. He's dropped it, but it was really travelling. There might be Colin Owens there. Yeah, it was. It was smashed to him. That gully, full-blooded cut shot. So technically a chance, but nobody seems to be blaming Colin Owens for that one. Swung into the leg side, no power, so it won't go for 4. A good aggressive shot from Imdad. Gets him off the mark. Struck very nicely by Imdad. He looks an aggressive player. Hit it through long off for 4. So Mike Harrow copping some punishment early on this good batting wicket. Canadians looking for their first win in the tournament. From Harrow. Needs to get this right. It's a little bit better. Well, it's much better actually. On the stumps, no run. Aggressive shot over cover again. That's going to go out to the boundary for 4. Well hit by Anandapa. The Canadians are chasing this target. New Zealand were 18 without loss after 2, and so are the Canadians. That was a nice shot, just hit through the line. Bouncer, called wide because it was down the leg side. Again, aggressive shot over the offside. Nicely launched in the air over point, 4 runs. The Canadians have come out swinging. That's a good delivery, good length. He's either bowled too short or too full so far, Askew. That was a good length delivery, but Anandapa riding the bounce, dropping it down to 3rd man for 1. So depending on how quickly they score, new batsman. Oh, who's fallen over. There's a chance of a run out. He really can't even do anything here. He's going to be run out. That's chance, catch taken. New Zealand take a team hat-trick. We've actually had a no ball. Previous delivery was a no ball, probably for the number of fielders in or outside the circle. New Zealand have conceded a couple of no balls like that in this tournament. So it looks like Demel will have a free hit here. Just goes down to long on for 1, so no great damage done. Wayward deliveries early on. Started with a big wayward deliveries early on. Started with a big double wide down the leg side. Good delivery. Not much that Anandapa can do with that delivery. And that's the end of the Harrow over. A wicket taking one. 3 runs conceded from it as well. USA 82 without loss after 15 overs, giving Sri Lanka a real hiding. Or in the process of doing so. They haven't won yet. Australia, 48 without loss. Nicely. Mid off for 2. Maybe he didn't hit it as well as I thought. So we are experiencing load shedding here in South Africa. That's the scheduled power cuts, and I believe that's affecting the YouTube stream. I'm getting some feedback from viewers saying that it's very glitchy, so I apologise for that. Nothing we can do about it. Hopefully that'll come right once the power comes back on. Wide down the leg side. Upper facing Harrow. It's another good length delivery from Harrow. Strikes him on the pad. No appeal for LBW. That's the sort of length he needs to bowl when he over tosses, over pitches. Anandapa likes to hit, likes to drive in the air. Single. Probably 2 here, as it goes behind square on the leg side. Beautifully driven, but Jason Campbell's back and he slides around, showing no ill effects from that knee injury. 2 more. Chance catch taken. What a screamer by Bert Horner. Diving away to his right. What a beauty of a catch that was. Real excellent diving, wicket-keeping catch from little Bert, and isn't he delighted? New Zealand grabbed their 4th, and it's the important wicket of Bede Anandapa, who had been looking really aggressive. Just poked at that one. Good delivery from Dean Askew, and Bert Horner pulling off a ripper of a catch. This is very vital for New Zealand because the quicker they can dismiss Canada, better it'll be for their net run rate. USA's net run rate is very good as they chase down the 115 that they need to beat Sri Lanka. So it looks like they're going to do that in about 22 overs. I'll try and crunch some numbers in the fullness of time. 40 for 4 now, Canada. Oh, and the new batsman's having a swing as well. Who's that? It's Murali, Balasundaram Murali, number 32. So the Canadians are going to go down swinging, it looks like. Nothing to lose. Ooh, there's a little poke at that one. Just pulled his length back a little bit, Dean Askew. Cut him in half, the big man, Murali. Just takes the pad on its way through to wicketkeeper Horner, who took that great diving catch a couple of balls ago. Again, if you are still with us, thank you for putting up with the patchy YouTube stream. I believe that will get better soon. Murali goes over cover, as a lot of the Canadian batsmen have done so far, and he gets himself two as well. Similar shot, this time a little bit straighter. Again, not with any real power, but they'll take two. The call is to go to the keeper's end, which it does. But not before the batsmen return for another double. End of the over, a wicket-taking one. Dean Askew has 2 for 20 now from his, or 2 for 22, in fact, from his 4 overs. Australia making good progress, 68 without loss from 12 overs, so they're going at 5.5. They need 4 2/3 from here on in off 32 overs, 153 off 197 they need. Steve Mace 43. Nice straight lofted drive. I think this one will just pull up inside the line, and it's yet another 2. We're still down, eh? Still down. But all the pitch vision stuff will still be recorded. And it will still go. Yeah. lose the ball when it gets it up in the air. I just can't see it.
Bye.